The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Join the conversation. We got there in Norman text, Cash Money 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made. From the panel to the chat, everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Baron Cash and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true. It's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans of the United States Armed Forces, those who served in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. Today, I salute you, those who bravely went into battle to protect our country during any conflict, and those who served at home protecting the country. Thank you very much for your service. Today is your day, and you should be honored for that service, that honorable service that you gave to the United States of America to protect our freedom. So tonight, I invite you, and I invite everybody who stops by to join the Kosmi link that's pinned into the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble, as we watch Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, two movies that depict both sides of the conflict during World War II on a small volcanic island of Iwo Jima, a battle that raged from February of 1945 to March 16th of 1945. And of course is synonymous with one particular photo from that battle of U.S. Marines hoisting the colors of the United States of America. And I do want to say hello to James. Hello to you. I hope you are doing well on this Tuesday evening. At least it's Tuesday evening here on the East Coast. And again, to all our servicemen and women, whether you are in active duty or you are retired, thank you very much for your service. I greatly appreciate it. Now, for those of you who may not know, the Battle of Iwo Jima, again, waged from February 19th of 1945 to March 16th of 1945, and it was a conflict between the Empire of Japan and the United States of America. The U.S. mounted an amphibious assault on the small island, and it showed not only to those who were on the ground, but also to those who were in charge that the Japanese would fight to the death. Now, for today's watch party, I was deciding, should it be Flags of Our Fathers? Should it be, Iwo Jima along with Flags of Our Fathers? Or should it be a movie like Hacksaw Ridge, Platoon, Patton, Tora Tora Tora? So many different movies to choose from, including We Were Soldiers. But ultimately, I decided on Clint Eastwood's Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima because of the fact that they depict both sides of that particular conflict during World War II. And you see, especially in Flags of Our Fathers, how certain servicemen react to being treated as war heroes, which they were. Let's not deny the fact that they were war heroes during that time. But the ceremonies that they'd come home to, and the conflict that they themselves had when they came home from war. So I hope everybody is ready to watch these two excellent movies. Again, these two movies are certainly highly regarded, especially by historians who will point out how accurate the depiction of that particular battle was in both movies. But that is one thing that I hope everybody can see. And James, I'm sorry that you're getting buffering on your phone. Try refreshing it and then come back. But for those of you who are ready, I'm going to go ahead and press play over on Kosmi, and we shall watch Flags of Our Fathers. Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima both came out in 2006. October 2006 for the United States for Flags of Our Fathers, and then Letters from Iwo Jima came out in December of 2006 over in Japan. However, it came out later, Letters from Iwo Jima, in, I believe, March of 2007 for the United States. And if anybody would like to join me on the panel, let me know, and I will send you the StreamYard link as long as I know you. Of course, it opens with a flashback of a retired serviceman with bombs going off in the background, people calling for him. And it's very important to listen to the opening narrative of this movie, too. At least I've always found it to be important. James says I'm microwaving a potato in honor of the invention of a radar and the microwave oven. That's true. The radar came about during World War II. and we've made many improvements on it today, and still in wide use today. Earlier when I had scheduled the stream, unfortunately, it's not there right now. But when I had scheduled the stream, DJ Ronnie G had left a comment. So, DJ, appreciate you leaving that comment. Hope to see you at some point during the stream. And that's another poignant thing. A lot of servicemen and women don't consider themselves heroes when they come back from war. They look at it as performing their duty. Of course, back then, under the lamps, they had to meticulously develop film. None of the photos made a difference except for one. It didn't just boost up morale for the troops on the field, those in the Pacific, but it also boosted up morale for those at home. Of course, for some people, the only communication they had with their loved ones who were off to war was via letter. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was president during most of World War II. And again, like I said in the beginning, what's interesting about this film is that you have scenes that are on the battlefield, but you also have scenes taking place when these men are home and they're being honored as heroes. Lady Mist, happy Veterans Day to you, and thank you very much for your service. I hope you're doing well on your day. If you'd like to watch Flags of Our Fathers and then Letters from Iwo Jima, I do have the Kosmi link pinned to the top of the chat. Good. I'm happy that it's a nice day for you so far, Lady Miss. You deserve it. And that would happen too on the battlefield. Somebody would get wounded and the enemy would come up from behind. Um, Unfortunately for this serviceman, he's going into shock. Lady Miss, have you ever seen Flags of Our Fathers or Letters from Iwo Jima before? It's very good. As I was saying at the beginning, I almost picked Hacksaw Ridge since that also takes place on Iwo Jima. Just learned it on his own how to cut hair. And James says hello to Lady Mist. And of course, hello to all of you who are watching, whether it be on YouTube, Rumble, or X. And if you're a serviceman, again, Thank you very much for your service, servicemen or women. Yeah, why not have a doc who could also be your barber at the same time? If you click on the Kosmi link at the top of the chat, you'll be able to see the movie. Because of YouTube terms of service, I am not allowed to show the movie on stream. That's why I use Cosme. It could also be service with the phone. Sometimes it works fine, sometimes it doesn't work at all. All right. Welcome, Tim. I hope you're doing well on this Tuesday. Yeah, there might have been an update for Cosme because I had to do a few things when I first got into it prior to the stream. Yeah, there are times I won't delete my history for Cosme, especially just because of some of the hiccups it can have sometimes. I know what you meant. I'm good at typos myself. And I'm gonna put a link from Encyclopedia Britannica about the battles. So if anybody wants to read it while they're watching the movie, you're more than welcome to. It was a massive invasion of Iwo Jima, trying to get a strategic position between Japan and the rest of the Pacific. And yes, what you just saw there, that actually did happen where a man did go overboard. Unfortunately, that particular serviceman was never seen again. I'm sorry to find that out, James. If you're able to, if you have a laptop or a desktop that you can get to at some point, try it on a laptop or desktop. Hmm. Appreciate that tip. Flags of all the branches of the U.S. military. Yeah, back in 2018, I was out in New Mexico and went to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial that was out there. They, of course, had things from the Vietnam War and from particular veterans. Of course, there's the World War II monument in Washington, D.C. There's, different Air Force museums out, out west in Arizona and in other places across the country where you can see World War II fighter planes and, of course, bombers on display. And so, what have you been up to today, there, Tim? Not necessarily. Him saying that you hop on the Jeep and you get driven right there, not necessarily. A lot of times you had to make your way to the shoreline. What they're doing now is they're barraging the island with gunfire with the cannons and the guns on the ship. Also sending rockets. Another movie I was considering was the Battle of Midway. No, that's the thing. It didn't work. They thought it was going to demoralize the Japanese. That the Japanese just stuck their ground. They dug in. And you got to imagine how nervous some of our servicemen were before they actually went ashore. And some of the cast for Flags for Our Fathers include Ryan Phillippe, Jesse Bradford, Adam Beach, John Benjamin Hickey, John Slattery. You got Barry Pepper, Jamie Bell, Paul Walker, Robert Patrick, and Joseph Cross, Neil McDonough, of course, and quite a few other people who were in this movie as well. And Tim says over on Cosme, yep, the scene from The Longest Day when the one guy was saying stuff to the one guy, and then the next guy said, "Who was that?" He said, "Don't know." The one guy was getting things off his chest before he died, basically. Yep. Some of them did that. They knew they were dying, so they're getting things off their chest. Another movie I had been considering for tonight before, firmly deciding on Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. I was thinking about Pearl Harbor, believe it or not. Yeah, I know, and that was one of the movies I was considering, Tim. Tim, have you ever watched this movie before? Nope, I haven't seen this film. I think you're going to enjoy it, and I think you're also going to enjoy Letters from Iwo Jima. And if this particular battle failed, there would be no going back. Not a chance. Tim is staying over on Kosmi. He lived in Guam for 3 years, so I have been to the landing beach there, plus Pearl Harbor too. Been on the USS Arizona Memorial. Yeah, we all know it's coming right now. Lots and lots of enemy gunfire. It was all to lure them onto the island. You got to give Clint Eastwood credit for wanting to take on this task of doing not just one movie based on this battle, but two movies. Yeah, they really should have. I mean, you're getting some with black and white, Tim, but honestly, I think for the whole movie, it should be completely black and white, especially for the battlefield scenes. And yes, you did see body parts and limbs. Shane, how are you doing? Good to see you, my friend. If you'd like to watch Flags of Our Fathers, Cosby link is pinned to the top, my friend. Glad you're here. Been at the laundromat all day. Yeah, that is a all day thing at times, depending on how much laundry you have to do. Hopefully, you've had something to occupy your time while you wait for the laundry to be done. Exactly, Tim. Let them all get on the beach and mow 'em down. And if anybody has any information, not just on this particular battle during World War II, but at any battle that took place during World War II, go ahead and put it in the Cosby chat or on the YouTube chat, the Rumble chat, and I'll read it. And Shane over in Cosby says D-Day was a disaster in terms of lives lost and poor communications. The Germans were prepared at too many locations. Yep. And of course, you know that James Doohan, part of the Canadian Army, he lost his part of his finger during the D-Day invasion. Now, I know I've asked this before, but I'm going to ask it again. with the 250th anniversary of the country coming up next year, would anybody be interested in watching Band of Brothers or perhaps Band of Brothers and the Pacific? Yep. Tim brought up the photo showing James Doohan's missing finger. And that's over on Kosmi if you're not over on Kosmi. You're more than welcome to join us over there. It's just going to get worse for these guys, too. My mom was a big fan of Adam Beach. I'm a, I'm not sure, Tim. I don't want to say it was and then be wrong. And this is just the beginning of the battle, considering the battle itself was over 36 days. Some men never made it ashore. And he says, I think it was his skin, and I don't mean this in a bad way, a little more darker than the rest. It might have been. I mean, think about the post traumatic stress that these guys were facing once they got off the island. And it wasn't something that was really talked about or even addressed back then. Yeah, you could definitely see why. And says, "You want a name? Call me Ishmael." Again, the country itself needed a morale boost at this time. Again, think about how hard it must have been on the families of the servicemen and the servicemen themselves during this particular time. Him as an idea for a future watch party. And it's from 1944, and it's, well, made fast after the fact. The Fighting Solos. I actually haven't watched the Fighting Sullivans since my junior year of high school. So I'd be open to doing that for a watch party for next year too. It's a very good movie, and it's has a sad ending, of course, but it's very good, and it's worth a watch if you haven't seen it before. Yeah, my U.S. history teacher thought it was very important for all of us to watch the movie and understand why you don't have families serving on the same ship together. And of course, that is Wrigley Field. And no, Wrigley Field did not have lights during the war. PK Wrigley donated the materials for the lights that were to be put up at Wrigley Field to the war effort during that time. Making sure you get your war bonds for the war effort. Mm-hmm. And think about it. You have media today that's ready to rush out stories. Well, even back then, they didn't have all the facts straight when it came to different conflicts during the war. And let's see what Tim has here in the Kosmi side of things. Yeah, yeah, there's definitely that, Tim. And there's not just one, there's two of them. Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And by this time, it was Truman who was president after the passing of FDR. Yep, drink him if you got him. For some of the men that came home, they were on press tours before going back out. Yeah, he's not feeling so hot after a night of drinking. Think about it. He's experiencing survivor's remorse. He survived while so many lost their lives during the Battle of Iwo Jima. No, I don't blame him either, Tim. And of course, during this particular period of time, there are only 48 stars on the flag. Imagine what it would have been like to be in an area like Times Square at that time, where you're celebrated as a hero. And Tim says, I personally would say, I don't want to be here. Would have said the same thing. He just said, yeah. Yeah. How many of our servicemen that came back after our conflict, say, for example, those who came back from Europe, after they got their 25th flight and they were able to come home before they changed it. How many of them would have told people, no, don't thank me, thank those who didn't come back? It's their sacrifices that allowed us to still be here. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is the Andrews sister. No, you can't tell me having that strawberry syrup. It's not going to bring any flashbacks. No, someone wasn't thinking. And look at all the wounded. wounded, exhausted. And of course, those who didn't make it. And you're absolutely right, Tim, about those wounded being the lucky ones. Yeah, absolutely 100% correct, Tim. It's the ones that lost a limb that had the worst of it. Yeah, just like our servicemen in Korea, just like servicemen in Vietnam. Desert Storm. Operation Iraqi Freedom. Yeah, a lot of them are. Yeah. I mean, back then he could have said it and gotten away with it, but you try to say that now, Tim, you know exactly what would happen. See, trying to give the parents of those who lost, some comfort that their loved one didn't suffer. I unfortunately have never faced that situation, having to inform somebody that their loved one was lost, and I really don't know if I'd be able to get through it. Oh yeah, they are the money folk, Tim. He's okay. He's just a little tipsy. Another movie I'm thinking about for watch party for next year, Tim, and anyone who might be interested is Wind Talkers. And Tim says, I know my father had volunteered to do that. If anyone had died during Operation Desert Storm, the base we lived on at the time, thankfully he didn't need to. It's all right, DJ. The Cosmi link has been to the top of the chat if you want to watch this, and then join us for Letters from Iwo Jima. Good to see you, brother. I like that animation you did with Reggie. That's understandable. You had a doctor's appointment earlier, then you came home and took a nap. And no, we're watching Flags of Our Fathers right now, brother. This is Flags of Our Fathers right now, brother. Yes, letters from Iwo Jima is going to be next. Yeah, and I just want to let everybody know with letters from Iwo Jima, I didn't get the one when I originally bought the movie that I had everything in English. This has English subtitles with the original Japanese language with some English in the dialogue for different scenes. So just to give everybody a heads up. Tim says, I liked how this one portrayed Hayes. Yeah. Like when Kobayashi speaks Charlie. Yep. Exactly. Be honest with you guys. I didn't want to get the one when I bought the movie. I didn't want to get the one that, was dubbed in English all the way. I wanted to keep it in its original form. Well, don't worry about it, DJ. Glad to have you here. Yeah. This Flags of Our Father and Letters from Iwo Jima were done very well, properly. And maybe I am saying that because I have fondness for both of these films. And DJ says the moment Joe Rosenthal took the famous pick, it was mad funny when his camera got wet. Yep, that was a terrible idea. Yeah, I mean, I, imagine seeing that. That would take anybody off. You're seeing the flag of your enemy being hoisted and raised, and Neil McDonough, also known as Lieutenant Hawk in Star Trek First Contact. There you go. There's his camera getting wet. There he is, DJ. He is one with the Borg. Robert Patrick. The Marine Corps for the next 500 years. There's a cool quote. Then says somebody, Tom, I want that flag. Yeah. And DJ says some people think Portal was tossed out of a window. Others think he jumped. Maybe he was out of his goddamn mind. Possibly. Yeah, yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about this film, Tim, is that this film didn't do well at the box office. But people who have seen it since have praised it, especially historians, for how close it was as far as accuracy was concerned. Letters from Iwo Jima did a little bit better at the box office than Flags of Our Fathers did, but they still weren't considered hits, either one of them. I think it could have been he was batshit crazy. Yeah, think about the trauma that could drive anybody crazy. All the bullets flying around, the shells, people dying around you left and right. Those who say he was murdered say it had to do with Admiral Byrd, Antarctica, or aliens. So you may have a point. You can't blame them. Again, PTSD. That's what I was suffering from. For the for those of you who haven't seen this, what are your thoughts on the movie so far? And for those of you who may just be joining us, listening and lurking, if you want to watch the movie, you're more than welcome to by clicking on that Cosmi link pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble. Yep, because of failure, self deletion. That would be a no. Now imagine trying to get from one position to the next while you're under fire, even with covering fire. Unfortunately, he's gone. Still, there's mortar fire, and there is such a thing as friendly fire, even during World War II. That's a nasty wound. And he's gone. And another casualty. Of course, I saw a glimpse of the scene earlier. Again, you see how different scenes are now coming into place. They absolutely had underground tunnels on that beach, on that island. That's how they were also able to survive the barrage from the ships offshore with underground tunnels. Yeah, it was. The bombardment was originally supposed to go for 10 days, if not more, and they cut it down to 3 to 4 days. Oh yeah, he's fine. He's just puking his guts out. He'd rather be with those who are still fighting, or he unfortunately would rather be among the dead on the island. It would have made sense, but also back then, DJ, they needed every able-bodied person on that battlefield. Lester, good to see you, brother. If you'd like to watch the movie or even hop on the panel and talk about this and also talk about Letters from Iwo Jima when we start watching that, you're more than welcome to. Just let me know and I'll send you the invite link. Same goes for you, DJ. Exactly, DJ. Survivor's guilt. A lot of our servicemen still suffer through it. Servicemen and women. No, unfortunately, he never met him. Adam Beach is a good actor. DJ says, the way I see it, if they were willing to have him on tour, they could afford to have him off the field to see his mom for a day. Yeah. But of course, if I got in trouble while visiting his mom and that general found out, trouble. Absolutely, DJ. Absolutely. He'd be in serious trouble. Wouldn't be surprised if he was discharged if that happened. And they got married. Happy couple. Yeah, especially back then, Lady Miss. Like I said, they needed every able-bodied man on the battlefield. People on Twitter still think it's staged. That's not quite how it works. No, I wasn't there. You weren't there, DJ. Lady Mist wasn't there, but the men who were there told their story. Not all of them, but there were those men who told their story. That's why whenever I went to, whether it be an air show or if my dad got wind that there was going to be a B-17 in our area, like the Sentimental Journey, that's why I would go. And if there was a serviceman who fought during World War II, I would take the time to listen to him. When my dad and I went up to Richmond, Virginia for the 486 Bombardment Group reunion, which was part of the group that my grandfather was in during World War II, I'd listen to the stories because for those men, they just weren't stories, they were what they experienced, what they brought back with them from the war. So they could pass it on to the next generation. Well, it's not too late. You could always talk to a Vietnam veteran, a veteran of Desert Storm, any recent war veteran. And DJ also says over on Kosmi, I've seen some Korean war vets at a Boy Scout flag retirement ceremony many years ago. Yeah, we're losing a lot of them. We've lost a lot of World War II vets. There are very few of them around. That's why it's important to hear what they have to say. So you don't have people saying, "Oh, it never occurred." When you've spoken to someone who can say, "Oh, yes, it did. It did occur." DJ says we're getting to the point where the only World War II vets remaining will be the ones who lied about their age at the time. DJ says, I remember some idiot said we took the island out of hubris. Hmm, what a jerk off. Even was between Saipan and Tokyo. Yeah, it's the closest available area to Tokyo. I mean, I could say that better. But as far as a strategic point, it was the best area to launch an attack on Japan. And DJ says this has got to be a weird experience. I mean, I'd love to take a picture with Hayes too, though I'd be a bit more polite. I wouldn't even need the pic. I'd settle for an autograph. Yeah, I mean, think about how awkward the experience was for him. Unfortunately, that particular CEO had no intention on calling him. Hmm. Yeah, it wasn't an actual camera flash. I had a sad life, unfortunately. Yeah, it was. I mean, well, let's face it. This is taking place in 1945, and to still see a Model T, that's only 30 years out. Thereabouts. You would paint a rooster on that mailbox, huh, DJ? Oh yeah, they were treated like shit, Lady Miss. Our Vietnam veterans. They were spat on and things thrown at them. They were called baby killers. They didn't choose to go off and fight in the war. I don't know. And DJ says two flags. That's why it's easy for someone to think it was staged, but it makes sense to put up a second flat, bigger flag. And fun fact: something like 1,000 guys claimed to raise the flag. If I remember my reading right, those camped out near the flag. Let's see, because it skipped on me. Those camped out near the flag would go there to raise it. Leave it to the Army guys and Marines. Have fun with that. Sad and unfortunately. Plus, I guess they did morning taps. Play the blue. Yeah. Oh, and hey, it's no investigation. Was there a foul play? We'll never know. No, we won't. That reminds me after my dad passed away, and places would call him. I didn't have to say nope. He's not here. He's out somewhere. And that was a request from my mom because she didn't want anybody who wasn't close to him to know that he had passed away. Going through all his father's items from the war. I actually got to look for my grandpa's papers. I still have some things that were my grandfather's during World War II on my dad's side, and I have one thing from my grandfather on my mom's side. Do that. I'm really curious if it's list uploaded stuff at Saipan, Iwo, Okinawa, or anywhere else for that matter. Yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to find out. I mean, it's part of your family history, DJ. That was the only record. I should have known that, but I didn't. Thank you. Yeah, they do. You would think, but like you said, it is the Navy. Although, my grandfather on my dad's side was in the Army Air Force, and my grandfather on my mom's side during World War II was a Navy man. Yep. And for those who didn't know what CVN stood for, carrier vessel nuclear, et cetera, et cetera. Instead of calling it a nuclear carrier vessel. DJ, I'm going to go ahead and send you the invite link. If you're able to join, you can join. If you can't join, that's fine, brother. Look for it in Discord here in a few seconds. There you are, brother. And DJ saying he just read a chapter about the United States Army Air Force in a book about Saipan. Some real badasses. Just in time to start the movie I like more. Actually, I like both equally. Just finding it a bit more fascinating to see it from the Japanese perspective. Yeah. I think it's good to tell, especially a battle in war from both perspectives. Still a great movie. Excellent job by Clint Eastwood in the cast. I'm going to make sure that letters doesn't start. So I'm going to hide that for the moment. And I want to thank you all for being here for the first of our two movies this evening. And for those of you who saw Flags of Our Fathers for the first time, go ahead and let me know what your thoughts are on the movie. Whether you want to let me know in Cosme or let me know on YouTube, let me know on Rumble. Because I do realize that there aren't many people who have seen this. And now, of course, the cast and who they actually portrayed. Yeah, it's a shame that we lost Paul Walker. Just doing something he loved. Well, Lady Miss is applauding the movie. I know that means she enjoyed it. All right, I'll check Twix, brother. Appreciate you letting me know. Sometimes I don't always check it during a live stream. That's a guilty habit of mine. All right, I will send you the link there, Lester. Appreciate your patience, my friend. And Tim liked it as well. And then some actual photos from the battle. It's important that we learn from history, learn about history, so that we don't repeat it. And let those who think it didn't happen know that, yes, it did happen. And here's the proof. I'm a firm believer in making sure that generation after generation is made aware of historical events and history and make sure that it's depicted accurately. I'm sorry about that, Tim. Tim saying I was having dinner, which I missed most of the rest of the film. Did they show how Iggy died, which I would have missed? Just reading how he died was gross. Uh, They showed him face down in the dirt, but they didn't mention what the cause was. Welcome aboard, DJ and Reggie. Yeah, and you know, not knowing how he died, but one could say, speculate self-inflicted gunshot wound. Sad thing is, those who died during the storming of the beach of Iwo Jima are now reunited with those who have passed since then. Yeah, Clint Eastwood was smart. He knew what to show, what not to show, but also to try to depict what happened on Iwo Jima as accurately as possible. Lester, good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you guys as well.
Hey, what's up, Lester?
So, how are you gentlemen doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. My lip is a little numb from going to the dentist today, so apparently I can't say the word Novocaine right now. It's funny.
That is funny. Not being able to say the word Novocaine. Oh, man.
Oh, I just told people I'm numb because of Novocaine. Novocaine. I'm getting there. It's coming back.
Slowly but surely, he's getting there, folks.
Oh, these are great pictures, by the way. I love how both movies ended with the pictures.
You were breaking up a little bit there, DJ.
Okay, no doubt. I'm gonna go inspect my stuff real quick. I'm gonna go mute myself on StreamYard in the meantime.
Okay. I will be starting the movie probably in about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, no worries.
Take your time.
I got you on full screen, and the only scene that I absolutely have to interject at is the part when they come to his house and say, "You have the honor of joining the army." That's a great scene. You'll see when it happens.
Yeah, I know exactly what scene you're talking about, and so I want to hear your thoughts on that particular scene. And Tim says, if I was a filmmaker, I would show what I can show, but also know where the line was. Yeah. So, Lester, was this your first time seeing Flags of Our Fathers?
Yep. And I don't know if I actually bought the media when it was released on media at the time with the intention of watching, and I don't think I did. That's probably, and at least I will likely look for it on media. I have a weird relationship with the military. Not that it's adversarial, but growing up in the household I did and where we came from as a family, I had my own ideas when it came to my attempts, and particularly because having interacted with people who had been drafted into the military when the draft was still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is an up and a down to that. I think that goes with anything, just an up and a down with having gotten away from the draft mechanism and so forth. But at least with that volunteer nature, I would like to think people would join for their own reason. Whatever reasoning they concoct, whatever reason they had at that point in time of their life, that is a voluntary decision and effort to sign up. And I'm sure if I canvassed 5 of my buddies who are either active or no longer active military or reserve, they had their reasons. Whether that vision came to fruition, again, canvassing about 5, you'll get 5 different answers saying, well, that's not what I expected. And, when it comes to that, and having been inundated with a lot of the English literature when I was going through my English degree, you already get that sense. And whatever I did catch in the movie, you kind of got that tension there. Because there are various degrees for reasons to wanting to sign up. And especially
everybody has their own reasons why they're going to sign up.
Yep.
To, join the war effort, whether they sign up to be a part of the Navy, the
Yeah.
Army, the Marines, the Air Force.
Yep. And I'll say this in my spoiled Navy brat existence, that looking at what I did get during that movie, I would say they have come a long way for post-service transition. Is it absolutely better? That's a hit or miss still, to be honest, based on people I've talked to, veterans that have left even after the most recent wars. So it's like one of the things they have to be open to, and this is the recruiters and the leadership under which these servicemen and women take orders from.
Yeah, that
One of
because
yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
going to say, Lester, I would think that answer would be best left to those who have served, whether
Yeah.
things are better now as far as post-war care or if there's still a lot of improvement
I'll say from the outside looking
that
in,
needs to be made.
yeah, but I'll say for my own father's transition, and this is because of the section within his own demographic. We're talking about American Filipinos who were either senior enlisted or NCO types, and some were officers. But at least within that milieu, and it's only a slice, small slice, I would say, they would scuttlebutt about their post-service situation, their disability rating, their and I had a buddy who just recently decided not to re-enlist, and I had another parishioner at my parish said he decided to not re-enlist. But I would think, again, this goes on the leadership to give them the right words, the right lessons, and the right programs, and they're available. It's just they got to raise the awareness of, hey, here's what you can do. These are the industries you could fit post-service, no matter what job you had in the military, or at least find a way to translate what you learned in your given job. Where can you fit? And that takes time, and I know a lot of people don't want to do the heavy lifting, which is sad, but my dad had a lot of material when he retired, or by the time he retired, they gave him a lot of transitional material, meaning like, how do I go from navy blue to corporate gray? And that was the title of one of his textbooks. So a lot of what people don't understand is like, yes, you're given an enlistment bonus, X amount of dollars, whatever dollars that may be. And you can use that towards your post-career education. And however my dad did his thing, he ended up with a bachelor's and a master's degree. And he ended up working in a capacity enabling him to retire, I would say, when I look at it, comfortably. So it's just a matter of being in the right situation with the right people who will help feed that post-career transition. Sadly, not many troops are given that level of awareness, it seems, regardless of branch. So that's where I'm coming at it. You know, I wanted to join for my reasons and not to eke out whatever benefits I could be afforded. What they don't understand is, yes, I may have these benefits, but there's a chance I could be called to war at a moment's notice. That's the other side of it. So,
especially if you're a member of the National Guard.
Tim, yes, they do. They grew up during his presidency. My dad left the country in 1980. My sister and I followed suit in 1982. So, long story short, my dad only signed an initial 2.5-year contract. Not sure where he would end up, but 24 years later into his service, I'm still here. So basically, he realized, he goes, yeah, this is better than what I would have had in the Philippines. I hate to say it, but that's, even to this day, the sad state of affairs is the Philippines is, whether they want to admit it, it's still a tribal mentality. And then you can take that description however you want it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still people who want to leave. My
Yep.
family's still there included. Except I believe I have one family on my dad's side that is living comfortably well. I'll say that. And part of that is linking up with the right people. That's all I gotta say. And part of that's a big chunk of it, knowing the right people, which is sad.
Yeah, it is. And I did see Jet Sparks pop in on the Kosmi side. Jet, we're going to be starting letters from Iwo Jima here in just a bit.
Yep.
So if everybody's ready for me to hit the play button on that, I will.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna synchronize my copy to yours, so I have mine in stunning, crisp, super widescreen.
All right. Well, here we go.
Now, is that part of your Prime sub, or did you have to purchase the movie?
I went ahead and purchased
Okay.
because I had them on sale.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, I have DVD copies of the movie, but I didn't think it would transfer that well.
Yeah, I get you.
So when I saw that they had both movies on sale on Amazon Prime, it's like perfect. Absolutely perfect. And if you know anything from the Japanese side of things, go ahead and let the audience know, guys.
Absolutely. We got that sand right there. We sent some underwater demolition teams to go to collect samples, but apparently the sand they collected wasn't the sand that was everywhere. So when they stormed the beach, people discovered that it was a bit like quicksand, and you basically had to crawl through it because you really couldn't stand and run up it.
Mm-hmm.
At least at some of the beaches. You know, they had multiple beaches. They had like color-coded beaches, and they had marshals on the shore to coordinate. Also, they have travel restrictions. We gave the island back in the 70s, but Japanese citizens can't just up and willy-nilly go there. But every year there's a pilgrimage where the JMSDF, they have a base there, allow the U.S. Marines to, basically go there, veterans and serving or, modern veterans alike.
Mm-hmm. It'd be something to actually step on that soil and just take it all in. A huge battle for both sides.
I know I'll never visit this island, but one of these days, instead of going to Hawaii, I'd like to go to Saipan. And if I'm really ambitious about it, I would go around, look for tanks, and maybe make a little project of it. Like look at the tanks, catalog them, take pictures of them, and maybe just create a record documenting the state of the tanks. But just like war relics, because I mean these are tanks, American and Japanese tanks, all over that island. Some of them in the ocean, in the shallow water, because they have like very shallow, water behind a coral reef.
I don't blame you there. I mean, I'd like to go to Hawaii specifically to go to Pearl Harbor and pay my respects.
Yeah, they got a great, USS Arizona memorial over there. I want to say the code name for that plane is a Betty.
And Wanatami, what a great actor he is.
Yep.
I bet that's a somber experience, Tim.
I honestly haven't been to either base. So when I went to the Philippines a second time, I think by then the bases, both of them were closed,
Hmm.
which, depending on how you look at it, was kind of idiotic on the part of the people, but sentimentally understood why they wanted to.
Yeah, you can understand why they'd want to have it closed.
Well, good news for strategic purposes. The Philippines and us, I think they're starting to open up bases, or starting to like we're starting to work together again a little bit more in terms of military because of the way China's been bullying
Oh,
and
yeah.
potentially trying to annex a portion of their islands. Potentially, I say raw speculation.
Yeah.
None of this is an opinion of the channel,
No.
but they do
And
believe
DJ,
with
I did
fishing
turn up
boats.
your volume a little bit because StreamYard had it low, so I just raised it up so everybody can hear you.
Okay, very good. I was more concerned about being too loud, but yeah, that's good.
You're fine.
Okay, yeah, my VU meters look good. So yeah, definitely goosing up StreamYard makes sense. I had on auto volume, so yeah,
Yeah,
probably
I just turned it off.
good. Thank you, man.
No problem. Because I want everybody to be able to hear your guys' thoughts. Tim says the last time he was at Pearl Harbor was in '89. So it was all over his head still.
Okay. There we go. I just dropped it to 150. I was checking the audio on the YouTube side to make sure I was in line with your sound level.
I understand. I mean, we don't want to be too loud where we're practically yelling in somebody's ear,
Yeah.
but we also don't want to be too low
Mm-hmm.
where people are asking us to speak up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And basically, I noticed I was a little louder than you, so I want to try to not be booming compared to the host.
That's fine. You're an honorary co-host. You know that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Oh, this guy, he's like, man, this water sucks. And the water island did suck. They apparently had a hard time drilling wells. And I did see a picture. They did have water tanks on the island. I did see a picture of the water tanks. They had them in like reinforced concrete. Mount Suribachi.
And talk about the plane. That was a Beechcraft 18.
Oh, that was. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what Tim put in the Kosmi side.
That was not. Oh, I see. So they modified a Beechcraft. That's smart.
Mm-hmm.
They're already limited on food, so they can save a meal right there and give it more. Well, have it last longer.
If they're speaking unpatriotic things, well, then you deny them any rations.
Mm-hmm.
Not in this movie, Tim. Not in this movie. Godzilla -1. Yeah, at the end of the war, but not in this movie.
Still one of my favorite movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it's getting a sequel. I'm glad they already dropped the teaser trailer for it too.
Oh yeah, what a treat.
And I think I acknowledged on a prior member stream maybe or something. No, someone asked me about it on one of my streams, impromptus, and I said I'm not a Godzilla fan. I don't proclaim to be, but I enjoyed the movie very much. It didn't require my being a Godzilla fan to appreciate it.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not a huge Godzilla fan either, but I enjoyed it, and I didn't need it to be in English. I could understand what was going on perfectly. Yeah, I've seen it, Tim. I'm excited for it.
That's a nice model of the island.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back in, Lady Mist, and welcome in, Jed Sparks. The sad thing is, Japan hasn't really said sorry for some of the stuff they did in the war. No. I got you, Lady Miss. I love how he just looks at him after he says move him back and like you're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm. Kuribayashi was the real deal.
Mm-hmm. And Tim says there are some people alive in Japan who know dropping the bomb save their lives and understand if it wasn't for that, they were dead. Yeah. Japan was going to fight till the last man, woman, and child.
And probably get split in half by Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Just what we need, another North and South country. And some people would say that, oh, well, it was actually the Russians, the atomic bomb did not, tip the scale. I'd say that neither factor is mutually exclusive. I don't think it's entirely reasonable to say that the atomic bomb was entirely unnecessary. I think you needed, like, both of those factors to, like, really, like, the bomb, I think, put the fear of God or the laws of nature or whatever you want to call it in everyone's mind. And that kind of smooth things over a little bit. But also, the sooner they surrender, the sooner we can, rebuild, send in the food, sooner people stop starving, or at least the starving slows down.
Mm-hmm. Sam also adds, plus, if the bomb wasn't used, then maybe in Korea they would have used it. Possibly. We don't know. He's got about the same aim as I do.
I haven't used a 22 in years, but my aim could be hit or miss. One time I shot the cable that was holding the targets up. I don't know if you guys ever heard of MacArthur's plan. If to win the war, it would have involved using potentially a number of nukes on the Yalu River or north of the Yalu River to kind of deny access to Korea from China. Absolutely, absolutely, Tim. When they start using youthful labor, you know they're screwed.
Absolutely right, Tim.
And when it came to training pilots, the Japanese, like the upperclassmen, didn't necessarily train the previous class. So you weren't necessarily imparting that experience from the more experienced pilots on the noobs. And that didn't help either, filling up planes with a bunch of amateurs who didn't have the level of training that the original guys had. Going into the war, they had a ton of training. They were very skilled. Once they got desperate, they really couldn't spare that much time on the training.
And Jet Spark says, do you want to know anyone who is a veteran among my family? My grandfather served in the Air Force at Elmendorf in Alaska, 53, 57. He never flew, just did paperwork for maintenance crews. He's still a veteran. He still served. Even the guys that did the paperwork were important.
Alaska, right up near Russia's doorstep. Yeah, basically, after that Battle of Saipan, that was the first time we encountered Japanese civilians on the battlefield. So Kiribayashi, if this is depicting it accurately, smart man for realizing that we got to get the civilians out of here. Plus, once they got the civilians out, they could use that lumber for fortifications.
Use every bit of resource you have available.
Yeah, especially it was just increasingly difficult for them to ship anything in by boat, and it got to a point where they could barely ship in water and food by plane.
And JetSparks has a question for you, DJ. Wasn't that insane liberal use of nuclear bombs the reason why MacArthur got fired?
Yeah, that was a factor, and just the fact that he was kind of being a little bit too politicized. Speaking out against the civilian government's decisions. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't like the civilian government. In this country, you follow orders from that civilian government.
And Tim says over on Kosmi, I would love to have seen Tokyo pre-1923 Great Kanto earthquake.
Yeah, I'm not an expert.
He also says, and pre-firebombing of Tokyo. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been a sight to have been seen.
I'm actually a little ignorant on this part here, but I do understand the firebombing was very extensive by comparison to even the nukes. But where I'm ignorant is, or where I'm just I have a knowledge gap here. In what way would it be interesting to see things before the Great Kanto earthquake and the firebombing? Are you talking about like the architecture? Was there, I guess, stuff that was irreplaceable or that was never replaced? I
mean, Tim can answer this.
Yeah, please. No, I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'll I'll look up pictures too. Like I never thought to look up pictures before either of those things, man. It's kind of interesting to me.
And Tim says, yes, the buildings. Yeah, that would have been a sight to be seen. And I hope you're doing well today, Jet.
So on Snow Double Show, Jolly has an issue with horses, right? So one time I took a video of Kiribayashi riding the horse, knocking over the captain, and I pasted Jolly's head on the captain so that when the horse passes by the captain and knocks him over, it's Jolly being knocked over. I mean, Jolly's a cool dude. It's just funny because it would he's like, the damn horse.
Yeah, DJ, if you look over
Thanks,
in Kosmi, Tim posted a picture of Japan pre-1923.
Yeah, I see a nice postcard. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. I could use that as a reverse search thing. Oh, and I opened it in a new tab. It's even bigger than it looked originally. Great. I can see it in greater detail now. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's very nice. Very nice.
I do like Japanese culture.
Oh, cool, man. Thanks, Tim. Oh yeah, their navy was becoming a wreck by this point.
Mm-hmm. Jet says I tried to sip sake once. It's too strong for my taste.
There are many types.
I've never had the courage to try it, to be honest.
It's kind of mild, but it has an interesting aftertaste. It is a rice wine after all, but there are different types of sake, and one thing is like when you go to a good sushi place and you order sake, they serve it hot, and I don't know, it might be better that way for some. The other issue of sake is once you open it, you got to finish the bottle within a few days, otherwise it really loses the freshness.
Yeah,
You know,
I had some on one of my birthday meals. Homeboy hooked me up, and the thing with me and certain alcohol, I can almost drink it like water, and it'll hit me before you know it. I think that goes for anybody who is not careful when it comes to consuming alcohol, it can just, depending on the type, especially if it's like
Mm-hmm.
a girly drink, when they mask it with the
Yep.
fruitiness, you down that stuff like
Oh
water,
yeah.
and then it just hits you like a ton of bricks. And I'm what you might call a sleepy drunk if I'm not careful, because I think there have been occasions where I'll drink, and if I'm not careful, I'll just fall asleep. Uh,
Yep.
not fun.
Yeah, I had that
Wow.
happen with me one time when I went out with friends to drink, and I got drunk and then fell asleep at their place. Luckily, they were okay with it.
Candy beer, yeah, will sneak up on you, and it's good to have friends who don't paint mascara on you when you sleep on their couch, huh?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yep. I just have people laugh at me when they see what I do. I don't mind that. The one thing I'm already thinking about when I look at a couple of the portrayal, like I don't know who did it first, but both Japan and maybe by way of China, and I don't know if it's always been that way for Japanese culture, but a lot of Far East Asian culture that might have been heavily influenced by Chinese culture or the landmass that is called China, there is this mentality of saving face. And for the Japanese actors to particularly open, I don't know if it's the opening scene, but the intro scene where they flag them for lack of patriotic virtue, I would imagine a lot of Chinese movies nowadays would not bother portraying that side of the culture. You know what I mean? So the other
Mhm.
thing I noticed
They'd
is,
want to omit it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the other part of that is, at least in that time period, and I don't know when it began, but the adoption of Western dress. So what strikes me is if I were to study the history of cultural exchange, something about the exchange process captures the attention of the other. Doesn't matter what direction. And so they'll start adopting customs maybe, but as we see here, the dress, like you see the adoption of Western military wear. Again, I'm not sure on the dates when that started happening, but there was clearly some captivation with Western
Oh yeah.
ideas, and then
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
historically speaking, of course, there is the whatever pushback, whatever drives that pushback, there is that tug and pull. So that's fascinating. Like adoption of Western dress, as you're seeing adoption of
Mm-hmm.
Western arms, mechanics and aircraft. Looking at that, and of course people want to call it that, but that's some degree of cultural appropriation. And of
Uh-huh.
course, when a Westerner adopts Eastern things, people will scream bloody horror. But I've been doing that for decades, even though I do own a piece of Chinese culture, Philippine culture, and American culture. So
Mhm.
go ahead and label me whatever you want. But
Mm-hmm.
culture is
Well, I'm
culture.
not
And
going to label you. Culture is culture. If you want to learn, that particular culture that you're fascinated with, and adapt some of their customs, do it.
yep. It's
Now.
like my sibs and I, we loved our chopsticks, and we used to go to the Korean shop and we would get assortment of chopsticks. And then the other thing is, my mom would she would collect silverware from Korean Airlines. Put it that way. And these weren't cheap silverware either.
But
Thanks for
no,
that tip. Yeah, go ahead, Ronnie.
but no, it's something about. I give you a little bit of background on how the process or some of what went into them adopting Western attire. And if you go back to to know World War II, it seems that a lot of times when you're reading books about it, they mention the Russo-Japanese War, the war between
Mhm.
Russia and
Japan. Yeah.
Japan. And prior to that, they interacted with the French. They interacted with the Japanese, interacted with the British. And in fact, a lot of the naval tradition or a lot of the naval processes were stuff that they learned or were assisted with from the British. Now, with the swords, for a little while there, they were using more Western style swords. They went away, especially after the Meiji Restoration in particular. So between the Meiji Restoration or shortly after Meiji Restoration in particular, that's when they really, adopted as Western swords. But by the time we got to, sometime around the Russo-Japanese War, and certainly after that, they started, bringing back the samurai style sword, and so interesting way, transition back and forth and melding of the types of stuff, cultural stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing about Rise of the Ronin. It did depict some of the actual historical parts of the West and Japan, adopting different fashion styles and, different ways of looking at things. I mean, granted, the story itself in Rise of the Ronin is fiction, but they did have some actual history in it.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, because I didn't even know like Commodore Perry's visit was kind of tied in with the Meiji Restoration, or certainly like it preceded the Meiji Restoration. But that was when Perry not only just showed up with steamboats and said, "Do business with us because we got guns." No, I mean he showed up with like 2 telegraph sets, a Colt revolver, a bottle of Tennessee whiskey. What else? A 1/4 scale steam locomotive, and apparently there were samurai guys riding it. So imagine one of those little trains you see in the mall during Christmas time, and having a couple of samurai guys riding it. But it was basically a statement that you trade with us, and these are some of the cool things you're gonna get.
Right.
Now, I'm not going to touch on the moral implications of whether that was good or bad for Japan on the whole, whether it was good for them to, change their culture so drastically and to end the samurai, but, they made progress.
Yeah, they did.
And in a way, we kind of maybe in an indirect way were responsible for, how things led to World War II. Not specifically the immediate preceding period, but like, we could argue about oil all day, but just like, us kind of getting them on board with the West. And Japan was like, if Japan just did all of the stuff they did 100 years earlier, they would have fit right in with the Western world. But of course, 100 years later, everyone's telling them, like, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I'm not saying that they were doing the right thing every time they were doing something, but it's just like, I get pictured from their perspective, like, but you guys were doing this shit 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites for telling us we can't do this when you were already doing it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, one of my twisted jokes is Japan may have lost the battle, but they're winning the war by way of influx of anime content we drink like soup. But that's just me being
anime content and technology. They have advanced technology of leaps and bounds, and they're still doing it.
Yeah.
They may not have made a doctrine like unrestricted warfare that retired Chinese generals have concocted whenever that was brought out, but Japan have been kind of doing that without, I don't think they outright declare this is how we'll win the hearts and minds of other people, but it just so happened that they created good stuff, and I don't know if we've forgiven them for, I like to think we did, but a lot of what they brought out, we, again, drank like soup. They're
that's very true. And, we're going to be watching it tomorrow on the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk, our normal Wednesday edition, but we're going to be watching Back to the Future Part 2 and Part 3. But in Part 3, there's a line from Doc that he's talking about the circuit for the flux capacitor. No wonder this chip failed. It says made in Japan. And then Marty says, what do you mean, Doc? All the best stuff is made in Japan.
Yeah.
It was true when Nikon, formerly Nippon Kogaku, the Nikon, or Nikon, I would say Nikon, but it's Nikon, I think, the camera company.
Nikon. Yep.
They debuted the Nikon S1 and the Nikon F, and basically that was like the beginning of showing that yes, Japan can build things that are not junk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, this is this the scene? I hope this might be the. Oh, this is the scene. Oh man, this
Yeah,
scene's
it
hilarious.
is.
It's like
It
it's
is.
dark, but it's like dark comedy to me. But like, it's hilarious. The presentation is like very realistic, probably, but also hilarious just because of the irony of like, well, you'll see, guys.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. That stings.
And it's like everyone knows this is like fucked. Even the lady who just said congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Even he knows.
Oh, he has to know. Oh yeah, the young man with the glasses. He knows what to say already.
Well, he knows what will happen to him if he doesn't say it.
And that lady looked like she meant it when she said it. Prayers for your eternal success.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see why. See, she like lost someone. She might have lost She might have lost all of the military-aged men in her family at this point.
Mm-hmm. Again, they're not joking when they say that if the atomic bomb had been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan would have fought to the last man, woman, and child.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they were training for it. They had bamboo sticks with spears. They had women with rifles learning to shoot targets. And we wouldn't be able to tell a combatant apart from a non-combatant.
No. But you got to understand her perspective too. You just think this be the last time I get to have dinner with you, the last time I get to see you.
And I don't know if this is based on a real guy, but the book I read was about a man who trained to be a radio man, basically. So he was posted up in the bunker on the 4th level below ground under Mount Suribachi, I presume, or somewhere underground. And, that's where you run the radio equipment, I guess, because you can keep your power sources and your, stuff well protected.
Right.
And, they would have a bucket of water with a bucket of water with a man and a gun standing next to it, and you get 1 cup of water every hour, just enough to satiate your thirst, not enough to give you enough to sweat with. And it was hot in there, and I presume that might have been due to the volcanism. In fact, today, Mount Suribachi is rising. We have boats that were beached underwater that are now above the waterline because of the island rising due to the underground volcanic activity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the other thing of it all. When you look at the exchange, when I was growing up, we just knew our dad was going out to sea. We didn't know all of the possibilities of what that would entail. Maybe my mom would have known, and she tried sheltering us from all those possibilities, whether that's just going for a temporary stay in a place like Diego Garcia, which, for all intents and purposes, it was, you might call, non-belligerent posting, but anything could happen. And most of the time, when people think of military life, they think of the mano a mano adversity, but not the natural adversity that could happen to a ship, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't think of that. Like when my dad go to Westpac, it was all about, for us kids, like, oh, when you go to Hong Kong, get us this and that. And this was, talk about sailing the high seas, quote unquote. Going to Hong Kong was a way to get your booty, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like when my dad came home, he goes,
Get your loving when you're, at port.
What's that?
Your extracurricular activity at port,
Like
if you know what I mean.
we didn't know the concept at the time, but it's like, hey, I found this thing with 110 games in one. We're like, whoa! And only in a place like Hong Kong was that possible. We got the contraption, the honeybee, and because it was a Famicom cartridge, you had to use something like the honeybee, connecting it so you can plug it into your regular NES, and that was a trip. But in reality, when we loaded the cartridge, it was like 7 or 8 variations of the same game. But even then, when my dad went to a place like Westpac, we took for granted, we always assumed safe voyage, right?
Right.
But you never know.
Oh, you never know what kind of weather they would run into or anything else that could happen on the way.
Yep. And that exchange, they're assuming he would die. That would be like, that's the fatalistic attitude of, I don't know if it's exclusive to Japanese culture, but I would imagine, depending on the disposition of anyone, that would be the immediate assumption that you're going off to your death. I don't know where one would have to stand. Are you going to immediately assume that? So, that thing about assume the worst, but be pleasantly surprised. I tend to roll in that direction, but it is kind of fatalistic depending on how you look at it. It's like you're going to be off to your death, which is kind of sad,
Yeah, being told to expect the worst but hope for the best.
Yeah.
Also, the year of Kenshin. Well, I don't know, but that's when I learned about the restoration.
I got a quote for you regarding Kuribayashi. Of all of the adversaries in the Pacific, Kuribayashi was the most redoubtable. General Howland Mad Dog Smith.
Their advantage is they know the island.
Yeah, unlike Europe, the medics stopped wearing red crosses on their helmets by the time they showed up at Iwo. I'm pretty sure. In the Europe, it was understood. It was agreed upon, sort of by both. I think there was something about Geneva Conventions, but not even that. There was an understanding we had with the Germans even about how you treat doctors and medics. And in the Pacific, once we caught on, we were like, okay, yeah, I am not wearing that red cross on my uniform.
Nope, I'm not making myself a target. I'm going to take it off. Like in Flags of Our Fathers, they were saying, don't go around with that medical kit. You'll be an open target.
Let's see. Are these Hellcats? Oh no, these are like Corsairs. F4U Corsairs, if I had to guess. I'm judging by the gull wing. They had that wing design to allow the landing gear to extend low enough for the enormous propeller they had.
It was dangerous to do these bombing runs.
Looks a little more dangerous to be on the ground for this one. But anywhere near anti-aircraft gun, of course, it's not a good place to be in a plane. Yeah, we pretty much flattened every above ground structure on this island before we made landfall.
Mm-hmm. We were trying to weaken their resolve.
And then this is Jupiter. Oh, I think in real life the horse was named Uranus. And anyway, unless I'm mixing up horses here, but I'm pretty sure it was Uranus. I mean, I don't know why they renamed the horse, but Baron Nishi, the man we're looking at right now, that's why he named after Baron Ormond Tag. Tadamachi Baron Nishi, an Olympian equestrian. He was in the 1930 something Olympics, and we actually had a propaganda campaign. We were radioing the island, or our forces were attempting to kind of get him to surrender or something. I don't even know what they expected him to do other than fight for his country, but they tried to use something of his, the fact that he was like a bit like Kiribayashi. He knew America.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is nasty.
That's because he's dead.
Very. Oh yeah, this guy's story is really interesting. Damn, it's been 2 months of bombardment, at least aerial
Mhm.
bombardment.
And how nerve-wracking must that have been, day and night? Constant bombardment.
Saipan, now known as the Northern Mariana Islands, although of course the island of Saipan is still Saipan, but it's part of the American territory, Northern Mariana Islands. And if I ever visit it, I'm always going to take the boat to Tinian to look at the pits where they loaded the atomic bomb into the B-29.
I would. It's part of history.
Good God, what a freaking armada!
Mm-hmm.
As far as NMI, I would make sure you get your time in before the Chinese will get its hand on it. That's at least the scuttlebutt I've got. Is people forget the strategic importance of NMI in that
NMI?
in that
Wasn't it?
region.
Oh
Yeah, go
wait,
ahead.
is that an acronym? What were you just saying? NMI?
Yeah, New Mariana Islands.
Oh,
Yep.
North America. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I get it now. I'm sorry. Thanks. That's interesting. I never. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's ours. I think we should and will defend it. And we recently started repaving. I hear we already sent CB's, Naval Construction Battalion, to Tinian to repave the airstrip. So while the historical area I just mentioned, the bomb loading pits are definitely still like considered a memorial site. The rest of the island is basically becoming a proper military installation, or at least I think they're gonna at least make it ready for use if they need a place to land or something. I hope we win the Chinese over using capitalism and trade, but I also hope that we don't take anything sitting down if they decide to get any dumb ideas.
We can't.
And we got an alliance with Japan now from the ashes of the war. That's why I made that YouTube short weeks ago of the president on the USS Washington. Bonsai! Sorry, I have to say bonsai.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's why like when the president a few weeks ago visited Yokosuka Naval Arsenal. That's what they call it in the war. Was it naval base now? He it's just like, but it's true. Like from the ashes of war, we got this really great alliance now, and they are the biggest owner, the second biggest owner of F-35 fighter jets aside from us, like obviously. So in a way, aside from us, they are the biggest owner of F-35s. Only second only to us, first among everyone else in the world right now. So they're poised really well to defend, and they're probably gonna have to update their constitution a little bit more to allow them to step in if they want to help out an ally. But right now, they can only really fight if they get attacked directly.
Right.
They built a what is it, like a helicopter carrier, I guess they call it, LHD or something. And after getting their Congress, or their diet, as they call it, Congress, to approve it, they later on converted it to carry the F-35. So originally it was expected to be a helicopter thing. They kind of snuck it in there because they knew that Congress might disagree on making an actual carrier. And then they redid the deck plating, or the top deck, with a coating that protects it from the jet exhaust, because of course any vertical takeoff aircraft is dumping a lot of heat there. So they're gonna have two of those, and I think like a handful more of other types of mini carriers. Chief O'Brien's son. I don't even know. I know there's a for good luck only because that's what they tell us here. I don't know what those are beyond that, but I do know they're for good luck. And that your wife makes it for you, apparently.
Yeah.
That's all I know about it. I don't know the history of it.
If I had a wife, I'd be like, send it with some body armor in there, hon. Maybe some Kevlar. Yeah, that's it. If I had a wife, I'd drive her nuts. I'd be like, you're going to make this. Here's the Kevlar, honey. Do what you can to sew it. I think it's really hard to sew Kevlar.
Right.
Ah, shit. More bombers? Are these actually bombers now? Are those actual B-29s this time? I mean, they're flying a bit higher.
I was gonna say they should be the bombers.
Yeah, I mean those aren't just like Hellcats or anything like that. It's a cool scene. Oh,
That's
yeah.
something
like,
you have to worry about as dysentery.
Yep, a huge issue. Oh. Like, to think that you couldn't even go near the latrine pit because it was so bad. Like, I would think you could just kind of hold your breath, but I guess not. Ew. Oh shoot! I never read
don't,
that.
don't all get up at once. And
Yeah, right.
volunteer.
Nobody wants to volunteer for this duty. I love the fake enthusiasm that you have to show when you're in the Japanese army. Same thing with any like anime movie when they show up to like invite you to be a kamikaze, and it's like, oh, thanks for the honor. It's like everyone's like, ah, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like they would always say you volunteered, but everyone understood that like if you said you didn't want to do it, they'd make you do it anyway, and then say you
Right.
volunteered. And you certainly don't want to be brought into the army with people knowing you, you didn't volunteer. And why is that steaming? Did they boil that?
Because it's a steaming pile of shit, DJ.
I love that he's holding it away like it's atomic waste. No, it is.
At that point, it is.
Man, I never understood the context in this scene. I'll be honest. Like I watched this movie twice so far and I didn't understand, but now I get it. Oh my god.
Think about it. You get out
Ooh.
of the
Oh, I love
cave
that.
and you
Yep.
see all those ships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd shit myself right there. I guess he doesn't have to dump the pot anymore.
No.
And I find it interesting, Japanese people's relationship with God. Like, they don't necessarily believe in God, from what I understand, but they also are pretty flexible in their belief systems where it's acceptable to kind of have multiple coexisting belief systems to some extent. And they seem to understand, like, some people seem to at least understand or believe at least a little bit in something of a higher power, whatever that might look like to them. And they talk to that God like any of us might. And in this scene, I watched all of the battle, all of the ships in slow motion in VLC when I watched this movie the first time. And I think I did it. Oh, yeah, now I tried to look that up. I don't know what an MK25 round is, but it's obviously a smaller one, and he's lucky it didn't explode because that was supposed to explode.
If it exploded, his life would have been over.
Yep. Small luck right there, or whatever they call it, not small victories, but you know what I mean, the little things. And then this here, Kuribayashi's strategy was basically like he knew he couldn't win, but his job was to prolong it and make us, basically pay for every inch of soil. I'm not saying that I appreciate it on behalf of anyone who served. I certainly wish they had an easier go of it, but from his perspective, I can respect it, and that's why Howland Mad Smith. Those things on the tracks are called alligators or LVT1s, aka Amtracks. And as you can see, they can paddle on the water using the tracks as well as go on the beach. And when we first used them in Saipan, I think they were first used in Saipan. At least I remember reading from the perspective of a Japanese civilian watching these things. They would just roll right over the coral reef and then onto the beach, which typically the UDT, underwater demolition teams, the frogmen, which also showed up at both of these islands before anything started.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, those guys, like, in the scuba gear must have been, like, creepy looking. Although I don't know if they were wearing scuba gear. They might have just been wearing shorts, some of them, but depending on what their duty was, to tag mines, to blow a hole in the coral reef, and simply to collect samples of the sand.
And now we're seeing some of what we saw in Flags of Our Father, but we're getting more information.
Yep. And I actually saw this movie first. I don't know which movie came out first, but I saw this one first. And
I mean, that's the thing about these two movies. You don't necessarily have to play Flags of Our Father first. You could play this first and then play Flags of Our Fathers.
And so It's so eerie, kind of seeing like the doughboys, as I think we nickname our soldiers, marching slowly up there while it's happening. That right there, the strategy with the flamethrower wasn't so much to set the men on fire as it was. I mean, yes, it drove them out. It certainly worked here to drive them out of the bunker or the pillbox. But it was also used to remove the oxygen from the pillbox or even the caves, especially the caves. I mean, once you have that much fire going into a cave, it consumes the oxygen.
Yep.
So you don't need to burn people. You just need them to not breathe. I mean, it is war.
Well, without oxygen, they suffocate.
Exactly. Yeah, he knows. Kuribayashi knows about, probably knew as much, if not more, than Yamato about our huge factories. And that once they were converted to war, what they could produce.
Exactly. I'll be right back, guys. Just be a few moments.
Roger Dodger. That's funny. Kuribayashi was very conservative about the way he used his men, in that he put basically a moratorium on bonsai charges. He was not inclined to just let them waste themselves in a massive charge. And to prolong the battle, he knew they'd all be dead, I presume, but he wanted to make sure they had as many men as possible, as long as possible. So he doesn't let the guy die of honor, at least he orders him not to. Of course, this guy gets slightly different ideas.
it's interesting to observe the difference in military doctrine among nations. I forget what exactly the American military doctrine is, but I would say offhand it's not as fatalistic as the Japanese. And I remember you guys talking about how the lower ranks would not be
Mm-hmm.
consistently mentored by the upper.
Yes, sir.
So it kind of mirrors what the scuttlebutt I've encountered about Russian military doctrine, which is almost equally fatalistic as the Japanese.
Oh yeah.
And because of the conscription requirements, there seems to be, according to scuttlebutt again, I encountered, there is a mixture of sediment when it comes to being conscripted and an inconsistency with respect to quality of training. So you don't have that natural or organic mentorship that you might at least get from the American mantra. I don't know how it is lived out actually. You know what I mean? So it is interesting to see the difference in military doctrine among the nations. Whereas I think for the most part, the American military doctrine seems such where you want good leaders will tend to stay out of the way. And as my dad, being a retired chief petty officer, mind you, he would say, decide, delegate, and disappear. So I've kind of worked that out. Even though I had my shots at military entry, and I'm still coming to terms with that, and that I serve a different, quote, army. If you guys know anything about my chosen spiritual tradition, I kind of see that's where my mentorship rests. That I have been drop kicked into service, and now based on the ecclesiastical tradition I belong to, I've been, quote, commissioned into service, if that makes sense. So not your typical Mustang, but I would say if I take solace in anything, that's how my life ended up being. So in other words, that whole mentorship idea, I'm kind of living that out in my own little parish community, if that makes sense. So it's interesting how I still owe a lot to my admiration for the military ethos without trying to be too steeped into the ethos as a whole. Because are there toxic elements within a given ethos? I would say yes, right? And I wouldn't. That's where I dip my toes, or I step my toes in, and I step out once I realize, that's a line I don't want to cross. And that threshold is different for everybody, I think. So, yeah, that's how I look at it. Just surveying what, at least according to this film, that ethos of the Japanese is rather fatalistic, that you go into battle to die.
You go into battle and you expect to die, no matter what.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And during the Russo-Japanese War, they were close to losing. Like, they were barely supplied. They have this tendency. This is one of the problems that with being a Japanese soldier is they send you somewhere and they're like, oh yeah, go forage for the food that, for the rest of the food. And it's like, when you have 40,000 guys posted in the same place, foraging will only get you so far.
Yeah.
But I think we understood in our wars, you gotta, there's a certain, we value life, at least at the time. I think that the cooler heads in Japan have prevailed. And one of the things I wondered about in my reading, one of the reasons I started reading about Japanese doctrine and stuff was, like, I felt like it was a mass psychosis what happened with Japan in some ways. But once you understand, like, a little more, it's not like everyone went nuts. It's just that the military took over the government, basically. They called the shots. They kept the emperor in a bubble, of misinformation at times. And for a while, they were just telling the emperor that, oh, this is a strategic withdrawal. And at some point, he's like, guys, clearly it's not going well. How many strategic withdrawals are you going to have until we're being bombarded? And, he kind of got the idea eventually. But, like, just the fact is that they were, for 20 years before the war, they were assassinating politicians who were not in favor of the militarist agenda. And so you had people who, once you had the people willing to speak out gone, there were those who maybe wanted better but couldn't speak out. And yeah, kind of like how you got to this point.
Well, again, that fear of speaking out that they had.
Balls of steel. And it was weird coming back from the war as a survivor because I'm wondering what's like other people lost someone, so maybe there was a bit of envy or jealousy that your family didn't lose you. And then the other part was you're returning from the war that we lost, from their perspective, and so it's like good job. Unfortunately, it wasn't their idea to go to war. They simply answered the call, but that was part of the mindset after the war. And that right there is a Shingonto military sword. You can get those for I think about $200-300. One of these days, I do want to buy one. They're not like the most high level craftsmanship. If anything, they are kind of like shittier, but they are very interesting replicas of good swords. Like the handle is made of a stamped steel, but it's designed to look like eel skin. It's designed to look like a real sword. And of course, officers did have swords that were much more ornate, that were custom made, but the average soldier is provided with the Shingonto.
He's not happy about that news.
This was a close call for these guys.
Good to see you, Conda. How you doing, brother? Appreciate you dropping the likes and the lurks, my brother. It's been going good. We finished Flags of Our Fathers, and now we're about, I want to say, halfway through, if not more, of Letters from Iwo Jima. Yeah, about halfway. How did your stream go, Conda?
The sound mastering in this is really good, by the way. In fact, I should turn on Windows Sonic for headphones. I might get surround sound if I do that. Hope it doesn't break my
I mean,
stream.
that's the thing. The sound quality for this Flags of Our Fathers is top notch. Wake up.
Screw the lieutenant. We would take back. Yeah, this was the illicit bonsai charge.
Mm-hmm. Every man, you better be ready.
That's when you know your chain of command is broken.
Could you guys imagine being in the middle of this battle, especially at night?
Ooh.
The difficulty of seeing not only your squad mates, but also the enemy.
That is one thing. Amid all the, again, going back to my surveys of English literature at the very least, and maybe early American literature, when it comes to the valor, the prestige of wearing the uniform, the reality was about that, like I said, about when my dad would go out to sea.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to being like in a position like infantry, where the enemy has a vote, and I don't know how I would feel. I would have responded when stuff hits the fan. Like even in my day-to-day dealings with martial arts training and all the training I've done in the last few years, adrenaline is a tricky SOB. And especially when you're not aware of it actually doing its thing until you're in the flight of a drill or a training evolution, the hair on your neck stands and you're on edge. And so when it comes to the reality of being shot at night, that's something I now reflect on, like, yeah, for all the prestige I would gather being X and Y in terms of if I were to end up in the military, that's all niceties. But then the reality hits, like, oh yeah, someone could shoot back at you, and I don't know what's worse, you hear it or you feel it first. And sometimes feeling it first is the most likely occurrence. I don't know about you, Ronnie, but it's like we have this luxury of hiding behind our FPSs or military shooters without having taken an actual round. You know what I mean? So it's just one of
Yeah.
those things like, oh yeah, that's the other half of the equation.
Well, it's like the running joke when somebody plays army games and they want to join the military because it's so cool. And I get it. Like, I admire, not admire, but I am fascinated by the technologies used and all of that. But, you know, when you're in Fallujah or something, any of the major engagements that were serious like that, it's a whole other ball game. And, you know, everything that was good that I read basically always spoke to, or some of the books spoke to the idea that, you know, civilians don't get it. And even people who were 40 feet behind the front line men didn't get it. And so I remember this one guy wrote a letter to his friend saying, like, man, I wish you would show up at the reunions. Nobody at these fucking reunions get it except you, because even though they were all veterans at the same reunions, it's like the guys who showed up after, like the guys who were on the front line at Iwo, for example, they had a rather different experience than guys who were, you know, the second wave. You know, I mean, it was no fun. Even when you showed up in the 10th wave and the island was already, quote, secured, it wasn't truly secure. I mean, heck, we had people surrendering, we had Japanese people surrendering 20 years later sometimes, but, you know, rare instances, but it happened. And we had people, like, after the, like, you know, forget about 20 years later, a year after the war ended, people were still being found in the caves or coming out of the caves because some of these people would hide in the caves and they would raid the rations, and they had a pretty good system. Some of them were smart. They would, like, take some Coca-Cola, take some canned food, but not take enough that anyone would notice.
Yeah.
But I absolutely can't imagine it. I mean, if a guy who is 20 feet, 40 feet behind the front lines can't imagine it, I absolutely can't imagine it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do in that situation. At night, you're being fired upon, and you have bullets going around you, mortars still being shot off.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what I would do.
I'd like to think I'd have the good sense to keep my head down at the right time and fire at the times when it made sense to fire, but
In that
I
moment,
mean-
you don't know how you're going to react.
yeah.
No,
like-
especially when I've been undergoing this whole training experience over the last number of years, when the really good trainers will talk about the biology, neurobiology, the
Oh.
psychology, the all that goes on when the flight or fight kick into gear, and all of these things are amplified. Your hearing, like
Oh, yeah.
my most visible phenomenon is audio exclusion, because I take for granted I do target shooting in a sheltered space where I've got my ear protection on, and I don't know the realities of the actual noise when things actually go bang bang, right? No one knows psychologically what happens when your hearing gets impaired for that very moment, and that what that sends to your psychology, your emotions, and all that jazz. You know what I mean? It is a fight or fight phenomenon many rarely get to experience. Not saying it's like a rite of passage, but depending on life circumstances, it can be. And it's not something that I would say, yeah, I finally experienced what it's like to be in a flight or fight. You know?
Yeah. And you got an interesting point you mentioned about the hearing. Like, I didn't even think of that, but like, I get sensitive hearing a loud power saw, and of course, I have the luxury to put on earmuffs. But, you know, imagine like something loud goes off near you and your hearing is knocked out for like a few minutes. You get that high ringing sound that you hear when you can't hear, and you still got to deal with the shit around you. But now you don't even have the benefit of your sense of hearing to like deal with it. Also, why is Charlie wearing a hat? Was he wearing a hat underneath his helmet, maybe? Maybe that's what you do, is wear a hat under your helmet. I'm just curious, like, if he was a special type of troop or a medic. I never noticed that till now, that the young American man here is wearing, like, a regular hat.
I think he was already wearing it.
Okay, maybe he was wearing a helmet on top of it. Maybe that's like, you know, maybe that's what you do is like, you know, you wear a helmet over your hat. Maybe it's something to give you a little more cushioning if you get hit in the head. some helmets will stop a bullet, or at least allow a bullet to kind of like at the right angle. It'll help a little bit, but it's a hell of a ringing. And I know like the British, they had these wooden hats or these wooden things under their old hats. Those could take a musket ball, but you'd have a hell of a headache afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Look at all those bodies, fallen soldiers.
And this guy, as much as if he's the guy I think he is from before, who is an asshole, at the same time, the character, I gotta hand it to him for like doing this, like trying to disguise himself amongst the dead, and putting guts on his own self just to kind of make himself look dead.
It's survival.
Oh, well, he wasn't planning to survive. He was only looking to survive long enough to kill while he doesn't. You know what I mean? But yeah, I get what you're saying. But that guy was not trying to survive. He's holding a tank mine on his chest right now.
I know, but he was trying to avoid detection, so that was his way of surviving.
You're right.
For a period of time.
That's true. Okay, that's accurate. That's fair. This is such an interesting scene. Even if it's not real, it's interestingly written.
Think about that flight, though, from Japan to Los Angeles back in 32, how long that would have been.
Holy shit, a lot of connections.
Oh, yeah.
No kidding, no kidding. Oh, Sam. His name is Sam. I don't know why I thought his name was Charlie. It's Sam. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
For the record, for anybody else who I misinformed, it is Sam. I'm trying to see if there's any real scenario like that.
I'm not sure because I hadn't heard about any.
Yeah, I mean the majority of the evidence would say quite the opposite happened, and maybe this is just a way to show Kuribayashi's ties or experience have in visiting America, but it could have happened, but at most you would have saw someone laid down on something like a bed, which the beds here were more like just carved out in the wall. But yeah, you couldn't leave an American soldier laying down unattended inside Mount Suribachi while the Japanese were running it and losing.
There'd be a guard posted at all times.
And sooner or later, a soldier seeing an American laying down might have just taken him out, just out of principle, being the invader and stuff. Oh, this is a fucking fucked up, hilarious scene. It's an example of the militarist regime and how they ran Japan at the time. Although, I don't know if this is on the home islands or on Iwo. But either way, this is an example of how the militarist regime really ran shit instead of the civilian government. Oh boy. Uh-oh.
That dog better be careful.
You know, there's a streamer recently who would have a solution to this.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's quite shocking. Oh God, I'm sorry. I do want to make a clip of my turtle. Like, obviously, I would never do that to my turtle. You know, I love my turtles, but I want to like make a clip where like I turn around, I go, "Stop it, Puffy!" And then like I hit a button on my desk, and I mean, I have a video of my turtle falling in a tank. Actually, I did it. I did it on stream once already. I don't really need to. I mean, I would like to add it like a fake collar to the turtle's video, but even yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you could do it where you press a button and they shock you.
Oh, that'd be better. Oh yeah, people did it. Did you see the memes where Hassan is sitting in the doggy bed, and then the dog is sitting at his desk?
No, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, it's a funny. There was a lot of memes, but I saw one of them, and that's what it was. They trade places basically, and the dog is now is shocking him. Now this seemed like a good idea at the time, and really the trick should have been is like get a rope, wrap it around the dog's snout, and then shoot the thing in the air. That's how you do this. If you ever have to like fake shooting a dog in front of behind the house where a military guy is ordering you to do it, that's how I would do it. I would get some duct tape and say just wrap this up for like the next hour. Don't remove the duct tape until I'm gone. But no, this guy unfortunately, he thought he could trust the dog. Awkward.
Oh, yeah, yep. So now the other guy's going to go and he's going to get it done.
And in the living room at that. Like, great, now you got a good. I can't imagine what it's like to get that out of the carpet.
No. I can't imagine what it's like to see that happen right in front of you.
Also, to have that happen to your beloved dog, absolutely.
What was the rationale of doing away with the dog?
Military
because the dog was making too much noise.
Yeah, and he said it would disrupt military communications. He was being a dick.
Yeah,
he was being
whatever.
A tyrant.
Yeah.
But he did literally, excuse me. But he did literally, excuse me. He did literally say something about military communications. That was his pretext. His pretext for being a tyrant.
Yeah.
And that adds humanity to this young man here who, like, everyone saw him as just the censor, the guy who reads the letters, or the rat squad, perhaps. People saw him as that. And now he's realizing, hey, this guy has a backstory, and he was literally not being a dick. And that's why he's here now.
Mm-hmm. Because he disobeyed orders.
Oh wow, what is that? I never looked at that picture. I guess he's gonna tell the story about this. I didn't realize he drew a picture of what was going on in the story we're about to see, but that's kind of cool. I'm gonna look up his art now. I didn't know Kiribayashi. I mean, he must have pictures online.
I would think there would be a record of them.
Kiribayashi. There's no evidence of him creating art. Damn fucking Google AI search results. I hope it's wrong. Oh wait, here we are.
That's why I don't really go to Google these days.
I
don't know what to think of Google anymore. I haven't had to use Google to search in for anything.
Well, like in fairness, I could just like not rely on the first search result, right? But I mean, for years, people had grievances about the way they rank results and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And Shane says hello to you, DJ.
Hey, what up, Shane? What up? You're wrong. Good to see you, man. And what a beautiful, beautiful hand unit there. I mean, like that. I think that looks like. I guess it's an ivory grip.
Mm-hmm. And this was actually said. You don't want to enter a fight with the United States.
And wasn't it Yamamoto the one who also said that? I think
Yeah,
he said
I'm
something to similar
afraid
effect.
we have awoken a sleeping lion. I
Yeah.
believe the quote is. No, I believe we have awoken a sleeping giant. I believe that's the correct quote. I'm going to double check myself. Yeah, it's also being said that Yamamoto may have never actually said those words. Oh, we just lost DJ. Hopefully, he's able to come back.
Yep.
Three minds. And he's back.
Out for a second, and then I realized that the browser was no longer open, at least not Firefox, but I'm back. Reggie did not take me. Reggie's a good AI co-host. He would never do that to me, Lady Mist.
Unless he's turned to the dark side.
Well, if he was compromised, I would hire Lady Mist, Guardian of the Void, to guard Reggie. He could use a good bodyguard.
I think our dragons would be able to take care of him if things turn south.
That's true. She could send maybe she could send a detachment of dragons. Good idea. But yeah, I found a picture of this map. It was auction for $35,000. It was a map of Iwo Jima, and it had Kurabayashi's name on it. Apparently, it must have been his. And it says Iwo on the leather pouch, which I don't know if that was written at the time or written after it was found. But you know, I was trying to see if he had any artwork online, so that's how I found the auction piece.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe if I find out where it came from, I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
I'll do a little research. Reportedly recovered from a cave and it was unannotated but marked up with a number grid. Let me see here, and yeah, basically just a blurb saying that his tactics were clever and robust, which is I would say so. And yeah, there is a book with his personal correspondences and letters, and it looks like he did draw some stuff. I see he drew pictures of sumo wrestlers doing their thing, almost like crayon or like colored pencil sketches or maybe watercolors. But yeah, $11 for the book. I'm gonna bookmark this and see if there's an Amazon version or something.
Yeah, go ahead and put the link in the chat too if you want. Yeah,
this one's actually on Hobby Link Japan, which is interesting. I think people usually buy model kits and stuff there. But this looks like a DVD, a book, or I love the description here. This is a book or magazine about tanks, AFVs, and/or military modeling. Okay, a look at the personal life and correspondence of General Tadamichi Kurabayashi, the commander of the Japanese garrison. In fact, was it Kurabayashi? They look like they misspelled his name, anyway, I'll look into that too. Commander of the Japanese garrison during the Battle of Iwo Jima includes a DVD showing the general's family and home. DVD may not be compatible with all players. Color illustrations and black and white photography, all text in Japanese, soft cover with dust jacket.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, and the book is called Letters from General Tadamichi Kurabayashi with DVD from Kodansha. Not available on this site anymore, but if I find it elsewhere, I'll let you all know. So it looks like he did indeed do some kind of drawing.
And Shane wants to know if you know this information, DJ. Is it a safe place to buy from?
Hobby Link is a pretty reputable site, but considering that they're out of stock from that product, there would be nothing to buy in this case anyway. But yeah, Hobby Link is a reputable place to shop from. I mean, I know people don't quote me on this, I believe Punk Water has bought things from them before. Let's see. here. But yeah, Hobby Link Japan, I always hear about them. Be like, anybody who does Gundam and people who buy like those even the figurines, they got Gundam models, they got ships from Gundam, they have the figurines, the whatever they're called, I forgot the term, something spirits. They got those waifu models. I think they even have the Dugram there, which is like a exotic anime that took place after Macross and or around 84 actually, and it was an interesting one. That's a whole other ball game, but one of these days I should do a stream about that. That was steeped in geopolitics, whole other topic, yeah. But yeah, I would totally buy stuff from Hobby Link Japan. I think I bought like I did once buy a bottle of Tamiya quick setting cement, quick drying thin cement for when I want to, because I usually use Tamiya cement to basically melt the plastic together to get rid of the seams on my models.
Nice.
Yeah, so like you got the thin cement. And the quick drying is good, I guess, if you want it to set really quickly, so it has an extra chemical that makes it evaporate quicker. But thin cement isn't usually used as an adhesive at least when I'm using it. I use something else for that, but for like just making the parts weld together, it's fantastic.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm familiar with Hobby Link Japan. I looked at their site for Transformers back in the day.
Oh yeah, great place for that too.
I've never bought anything from them, but I've looked at a few things, and I used to actually buy some of my Transformer Masterpiece figures from a store out of New York. I don't know if they're still there, but it's called Image Anime.
Sounds vaguely familiar. I've never been there, but that would have been like in Manhattan or somewhere, Brooklyn.
Yeah, I believe its address was in Manhattan, if I recall correctly.
Well, they still have a website. They apparently
One
have
thing I'm
events.
finding hilarious is I had bought something from Amazon Japan, and whether we're talking Japan or Canada, it's as though you need a separate login for each country.
Yes. Isn't that weird? Because I noticed there's certain things that I could find on Amazon Japan, and like even the book covers for an American book that were just better. And I was tempted to buy those versions of the book, because I just want to scan the book covers in high resolution.
Shot him in the back.
This is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Now they're searching him.
Yeah, at some point we basically had to make them get naked because we couldn't trust a lot of them to surrender. We learned they would do tricks like hide grenades in their armpits and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, so far, when you surrender, now there were times we didn't let people surrender, and it was because of that. It was like But this was unwise. Because on one angle, like trusting two guys to just do this, but also leaving them hanging like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like on one angle, I'd be conflicted, being with the asshole here, but
Mm-hmm.
I do have a counter narrative to what happens after this. I'm willing to play devil's advocate on this one. So clearly that guy's appalled, but what are you gonna do?
He's thoroughly convinced that they're trying to run, and that's why he's killing them.
Well, I think even worse is you see what happens after the scene, and maybe as fucked up as it is, this was a logical choice, because if those guys were standing there guarding these guys for the next 2 hours overnight, they would have been they could have been surrounded by a larger group of guys who were not surrendering.
Mm-hmm.
So it sucks, but those two men might have survived longer. I don't know if they survived the war, but they might have survived that situation, because imagine if this group of guys came walking by.
Yeah.
And just the two of you. So it's shitty. It's appalling. I don't like it. But it may have saved their lives. Or they might have died the next day. But of course, this sends a message to the rest of the guys now. They're less inclined to surrender, seeing what just happened to their comrades.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember before the Battle of Saipan, there was propaganda. They said that we unleashed our mental hospitals and our sanitariums and our prisons, and those were the people that were invading them. So they thought that it was our craziest, most deranged people behind those rifles. And so when that battle was coming to an end, the Japanese civilians, many of them jumped off the cliffs, and they literally named the cliffs Bonsai Cliffs. And I think they also had another name for it that people don't like to say on YouTube anymore, but if it's my channel, I totally would say that word. But I'm not. Let me see. I'm going to double check the name, make sure I'm not. But I believe they used both names, Bonsai Cliffs and the other word.
Yeah. Don't say it, just in case
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not even touching it, because like just what we need is one word to like ruin, the stream or whatever.
Yeah.
But yes, they did go with that name, something Cliff as well as Bonsai Cliffs, Bonsai Cliff and the other name. Yep. So both names are valid apparently. Maybe they're different cliffs. I'm not sure, but basically, I believe they're on the north end of Saipan, if I remember correctly, unless I have my map coordinates upside down.
We are getting closer to the end of the movie. And
Crossfire. Listen. We will head to that cave.
yeah, don't shoot recklessly, because that's also part of don't wasting a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Make your shots count.
Oh boy. The radio room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Baron Nishi also was in charge of the tanks. On the way to Iwo, he went to I think the Philippines to pick up more tanks because the tanks that were supposed to get there got sunk. And then
Mm-hmm.
after the tanks were destroyed during the battle, he basically had his tank people running around attacking the tanks, our tanks directly, figuring out I guess tank people are better equipped or knowledgeable with figuring out how to blow up a tank on foot or disable a tank at least.
Yeah, they would know where the weak points are as far as throwing a grenade.
Mm-hmm. Like you survived this long. He almost lost his head. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'll get one more. That's good. Oh, that's the unspeakable things they do to get food, I guess. Mm-hmm. He's right. Everything does happen in threes.
Yup. Yeah, I think he made sure to strip his medals before dying. He did not want to be taken off the island. He wanted to die there, basically blend in with his men.
Mm-hmm.
And while a lot of veterans don't like that we gave the island back to the Japanese, I think it was a good way to cement our
It was the
diplomatic.
right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean they lost a lot of people there too, and I mean I think it's a gesture of the diplomacy that that transcends that war. Like, wow.
But notice how he's not destroying everything.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if this is the big attack that happened when they attacked the mechanics. Basically, there was people sleeping in the tents at night. Important logistically.
Maybe.
Ah, the Ronson tanks. That's what they were called. I think literally the Ronson Lighter Company were involved in the construction of those tanks.
That is a nice looking sword.
Yep, definitely a officer's custom sword right there. That is not your standard military sword. That's a pretty good shot there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, some people were under orders not to take surrenders. Others were just like they lost a bunch of people and they didn't want to be another one of them. So there were times where people didn't take any prisoners at all, and it's kind of understandable actually, because I mean,
Yeah.
they weren't going to get that from the Japanese anyway, and they understood that. And we have not found Kuribayashi, although if we ever do, it'll be because probably bones and DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Kuribayashi's, no, I'm mixing up guys. Never mind. I'll tell you in a minute.
And there it is. His revolver.
One of Kuribayashi's descendants is in the Diet, the legislative body of Japan.
Oh, nice.
And same for Baron Nishi. His descendants are very much alive and kicking. But I forgot to mention that Baron Nishi's horse died back in Japan due to, after he died, I think like maybe the horse wasn't being taken care of properly. There was a lot of famine in Japan, and that horse was already kind of old, so the horse basically succumbed to sickness.
And now comes the digging of the grave.
I'm not sure, but I think my subtitles might be wrong because they said the horse's name was Jupiter in my copy of the subtitles, but I don't know. I think it was. I think the subtitles are wrong, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think
that's the subtitles said in my version too.
Oh, yours said Jupiter as well? Huh.
Yes.
Yeah, and Google is like, oh no, the horse is named Uranus, not Jupiter.
I don't know who to believe when it comes to search engines sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I just think
Like
the
you guys
subtitles
were
are
talking
wrong.
about earlier with Google. And
Yep, that's true too. This is insane. He's like just kind of on his last leg. He's lucky that a good captain was here or a good lieutenant was here.
he's lucky that these guys didn't shoot him.
Yeah. And lieutenant had every right to just say, shoot him now. And the lieutenant, despite being the first guy to get swung at, was like, don't shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's no glory in shooting a guy who's already down anyway.
No.
And then let's see here. I always mix up the LSTs and the other types of landing ships, but those do look like LSTs. And this is just weird. Like, the American guy's looking over like, oh, there's a Japanese guy next to me.
I'm sure it's not anything he expected. And
Yep. Any Japanese guy who was lucky enough to get surrendered or taken prisoner, they immediately, like very quickly, like a doctor looked at them, checked their wounds, they got a hot shower and a meal. Like they were like, shit, these Americans aren't bad. Consistently, the experience basically when they did get the surrender and when they did get taken, and that's pretty much how it went for them. They were often surprised how well it went.
mm-hmm. All those letters.
Mm-hmm. And a good book that was similar to this movie was called A Tomb Called Iwo Jima. That was the one written by the Radio Man. And at some point, I think American soldier took home some letter or something that he got from a Japanese guy. And at some point, like 50 years later, he decides to track the family down, and he was able to get that letter back to that family or something like that. But I don't think he killed the guy. That's what he did. He killed the guy, but he never told the family that he was the man who killed their family member. He couldn't do it, but he was, at least able to return that man's property to his family, and they definitely appreciated that.
Yeah. So, everybody, that was letters from Iwo Jima. And does anybody have any thoughts, whether it was your first time watching it, second time watching it, or if you've seen it multiple times before?
Go chat.
Like Flags of Our Fathers, first time watching this. But I remember when it first came out, it was lauded for just simply telling the other side. Not many war film series or documentary series looked at it from both sides. So I give it credit for its time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Early 2000s, Clint Eastwood knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to tell both sides of the story, not just make it a one-sided affair, which I think a lot of films should do. Because I think it's important to tell both sides of a war story, what one side was thinking, what the other side was thinking. And then you be the judge. Who made the correct choice and who made the mistakes? Unfortunately, in war, both sides make mistakes. I mean, we made the mistake in World War II for not really paying attention to what Japan was doing. And that led to us getting attacked on December 7th.
Yep.
But DJ, do you have anything else you'd like to add, or Lester? Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I'm just pleased to be able to watch.
I only say I knew it was Veterans Day, and amid the impromptus I've done today, I don't know whether to kick myself, but I'll likely do another impromptu giving credit to the veterans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm the son of a veteran, so I should have done that. But, it is what it is.
I wouldn't be here if not for a veteran who returned home, or for the atomic bomb, because he probably would have been in the wrong place at the wrong time if that didn't go down. But, in a way, we all have to be grateful to veterans on some level. And I'm sure you're not obliged. You're not obliged to, give them thanks. I'm sure you do it through your actions every day, Lester.
Yep.
But I'm just glad I got to see this movie again. I enjoyed it the first time I saw it. I freaking found it to be it got me to read a couple of books about Iwo Jima, and I think there is a book called Letters. I don't know if I finished that book yet, but like I said, I read a tomb called Iwo Jima. That was very good. Another one from the Japanese perspective. Certainly some embellishments in this movie, but like nothing too wild. Like things that are within the realm of possibility, or at least like alternate universe possibility. Like nothing like too crazy. Not like they didn't like take any stretch. I think Clint Eastwood honored it very well, and Japanese people who have seen the movie have spoken pretty positively of this.
They
movie.
have, even historians have spoken very positively, not just of letters from Iwo Jima, but also flags of our fathers.
Oh yeah.
It's just a shame that neither of these movies were really box office hits.
At the time, I probably wasn't even aware of them. Back then, I didn't realize I didn't have that level of appreciation. That deep appreciation for what went on in World War II. Like I had the general, high points and the crap on the History Channel, but I didn't know they used Technicolor for this. Anyway, I wonder if the Technicolor process is the same as it used to be. Like, it used to be pretty complicated. I mean, they definitely used film for this. I don't think it was all digital. The battleship scenes, by the way, and the destroyers doing their stuff, that was cool. I mean, like, the 16-inch guns, the sound effects, the CGI, like, you can sometimes see, like, where it looks like CGI and other times it looks like compositing. But for the most part, like, they did justice. And I think another thing that was odd about this movie was the color grading. Definitely had like this stark, almost like cold, like bluish color grading going on, and that's something that I'm not an expert on. But using DaVinci Resolve, as you do, Mike, that software started out as a color grading tool before becoming a full blown editing tool, and like there's people that's their job, colorist. That's what they do, and part of it is because when you're taking footage from different cameras and stuff, you want the color grading to be consistent under all of the different lightings and all of the other different things. You want to have some kind of consistency there. And then the other part of it is that you can convey, like, is this a warm and happy movie? Is this some depressing shit? Is it somewhere, whatever it is that you want to convey, that's one of the methods that are utilized to make that happen. And while I still suck at color grading and don't really have a mature understanding of it, I try to use it on occasion, like when I was taking that music, that dance performance, and that band that plays wind instruments while dancing, and using two different cameras and the auto exposure kicking in, I was trying my best to just get the like color values to match consistently. But beyond that, as far as this movie goes, like it was good to see the other one, because I mean, like, I watched that one in its entirety on my own previous to this stream. But Flags of Our Fathers, I think that did a good job conveying, like even like the home front on it, especially, I mean, like you had the tour, you had the family, how they handled it, how, the man, was given all these offers, and then like he goes to make calls after the war, and it's like he's a has-been as far as they're concerned. It's like, well, shit, man, I guess you felt good handing me a business card when I was famous, but now you don't want to give me a job,
because I'm of no use to you. I'm no longer that famous guy. I'm yesterday's news.
And the lady couldn't even pronounce the man's name, and that sounds very relatable. It's like he tells her the name, and she still doesn't pronounce it right. But this movie, on the other hand, like I saw like an anime movie or something like that. It was a very similar situation. Like the kid's running a shop for his dad, and the army shows up, and basically they're like, "You got 3 kids? Pick one," or some shit like that. And then they hand a paper basically saying like, "Do you volunteer?" And you got to sign that you volunteer, like to be a kamikaze pilot, Divine Wind. But that scene where he's at home just hanging out with his wife, and like, "Congratulations, you won the privilege of being in the army." It's like, shit. And it's like, then you got to pretend that it's cool. But like that,
you got to pretend that it's cool, even though your life's over.
Yep. And that happened all over the place. I mean, as you draw it down through the reserves of people you have, that's just the way it is when you're on the losing side of a war. But I'm really glad that when that war ended, we were able to work it out. I'm glad that we ousted, because essentially part of that war is just us ousting the militarist elite from running their government. Once we had like sane people running the government, once we had the proper prime minister in there, and say what you will about Emperor Hirohito or Emperor Showa, and maybe the running joke, Emperor, I didn't know nothing, Hirohito, is true. but it seems that maybe he really was in a bubble of, of misinformation. Like I'm still learning. I'm not 100% on that, but there's going to be people who are hardliners who hate Hirohito, and there's going to be people who will defend him to the death, and not literally, in this case, figuratively, poetically, not like in real life, but not like during the war, of course. But certainly there were people defending him to the death there. But the thing about Hirohito was he was instrumental. You ever see the movie The Emperor with about MacArthur and Hirohito?
No, I haven't.
Okay, very good movie. I think it was free on YouTube last I checked, unless that's a YouTube Premium thing. But basically, yeah, it's a movie called The Emperor, and it's basically about the transition when you have MacArthur there after the surrender, and the big meeting where he meets Emperor Hirohito, and how that was all arranged partly by a man named General Fellers, who was a student of Japan and went basically knew about the country, knew how things worked, and basically understood that look, these people are starving. They're basically on. There's a famine going on. If we fucking go full militarist dictator, and well, not only that, but if we literally hang the emperor, it's not going to take much for these people to go into open revolt. And so it was understood that we need his cooperation. And luckily, Hirohito was willing to put his head on a silver platter. And MacArthur was made to understand that the best thing to do would be to get this guy, just to help us out with this transition and, renounce your godhood. But, as the personification of Japan, we needed him. And he did well. He did good for his people to get them on board with the reconstruction and all of that shit. And 70, 80 years later, they're our strongest ally in the Pacific. And the reason why, we learned shortly after the war that, maybe it wasn't a good idea for them not to have a military. So we go, okay, you can have a defense force, right? We see the communist China thing going down. But bottom line is, that would be for anybody who enjoyed these movies and enjoyed learning about any facet of the Japanese war effort or the American war effort. The Emperor, good movie too. And that's pretty much all I got to say about that. Anything you want to ask me? Or I'm good here, man. Thanks for having us on, Mike.
Oh, not a problem. I mean, I'd seen your comment after I posted this stream that you were looking forward to it. Unfortunately, when I got into StreamYard, that comment was no longer there because I wanted to save it. But I'm glad you were able to join, DJ Lester. I'm glad you were able to join. I mean, this is something I had been thinking about doing, and I had mentioned a couple of times to Baron and Cash, and even on stream, that I wanted to do a watch party of Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, because with this being the 80th anniversary year of the end of World War II, and specifically the Battle of Iwo Jima taking place 80 years ago. Showing folks who may not have seen this particular movie a depiction of what it would have been like, not just for the American side, but also the Japanese side, fighting that brutal battle on that island from February 19th to March 16th of 1945. So I appreciate you two gentlemen joining me tonight. And I also want to say thank you to everybody who was in the chat. I want to say thank you to James. I'm sorry you weren't able to click onto the Kosmi link, but please always consider joining us for the next watch party. We actually have 2 coming up here shortly, but I'll promote that in a little bit. I want to make sure that Lester and DJ get a chance to promote themselves first.
Oh, well, you already dropped my link, and I really appreciate that. You said Lester and DJ. Lester, you first.
Nothing new under the sun. If you've already been checking out my impromptu lives, I'll call them that until whenever. I'll probably do one before I go to bed tonight. And then tomorrow, who knows what will happen. My schedule is pretty full in that I'm studying what I'm studying. I'm playing the unemployment game, following the rules, and still doing my thing studying. I mean, my plate gets full, and all those apples are very tasty looking. I'll say that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're good.
And what about you, DJ? What's coming up on
Well,
the Monday show on a Thursday?
Being that, we just watched a movie about War of Japan, I figured I would share something positive. The Orvilles, which is short for the Orange Devils. And, there's some of the good that came of our friendship with with Japan and them becoming a proper civilized democracy. I'm not about to argue the difference between democracy and republics. But anyway, joking around. I also have a short relating to our friend. In fact, I literally have a short relating to Japan. This one has the song, the YMCA. And look at this cool scene. Watch this. This is cool. Oh, wait. There we go. He's going up the carrier elevator next to an F-35 and a stealth bomb.
It is cool.
But, yeah. There we go. I got sound in my ears right now. But anyway, I'm going to just drop the link for that short for anybody who's interested in it. And there you go. But that's all I got to promote there. And I really appreciate being on. Had a blast. Enjoyed the movie. Great movie to watch. Great pick for Memorial Day, Mike.
Well, it's our veterans that we really depend upon to not only safeguard the country here at home, but also abroad. And I want to emphasize that I am grateful to those men and women of our armed forces for serving our country with distinction and valor. So thank you all very much. You do have my sincere gratitude, and without you, we wouldn't be able to do this. Do a live stream showcasing two wonderful movies and, being able to do the things that we enjoy. It's because of all of you. Making the sacrifices, leaving your families for months at a time to make sure that we here at home are safe. So again, thank you all very much. As a matter of fact, one of them is here with us tonight. Lady Mist, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Lady Mist.
Without you and so many servicemen and women, again, we wouldn't be here. So really appreciate you, Lady Mist, and all our men and women of the armed forces. Tim, it was great seeing you tonight. Thank you very much. And also Shane, appreciate it. DJ and Lester, once again, I want to thank you both for being on the panel and also being here to watch these movies. Jet Sparks.
Well, thank you for the opportunity as a brain break while I study. So I am very thankful for being able to take a nice break and enjoy two movies in one sitting. Can't complain.
Well, again, thank you, because without you guys, I'm not here streaming. Jet Sparks, thank you very much. And also Eric Honda. I don't know if he's going to hear this on the replay, but I should have mentioned it when he was here. But Honda, thank you, brother, for your service. Really appreciate it. And I do want to just catch up. And Lady Miss says, thank you. Well, thank you. Because another thing I am going to mention is that because of my disability, I was never able to serve in the military. And that was something I did want to do. But it is also why I make it a point. But I try not to make the person uncomfortable when I do it. But I try to make it a point to thank any of our military servicemen and women, to thank them for their service, because I am appreciative of it. So, again, I can't say it enough. Thank you all very much. Now, as far as what's coming up on the channel for these next few days at least, well, tomorrow, Cash and Baron will be here, unless something changes. I haven't heard anything yet, but Cash and Baron will be here tomorrow for our regular 6 p.m. Eastern Time edition of Pop Talk for Wednesday. And we will wrap up our 40th anniversary celebration of Back to the Future with Back to the Future Part 2 and Back to the Future Part 3. So that'll, again, start at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. Then on Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, it'll be Dispatch. The final 2 episodes of Dispatch. And I love that game. I know there are some people that don't, but I love that game. I love the style of game that it is. The fact that former Telltale developers and programmers and the like actually put together that game. They've done a phenomenal job, and no, that's no pun meant for a phenomenon, man. But they've done a phenomenal job, and I'm really enjoying my experience with that. So that'll be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. And then this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the YouTube and the Rumble channel and also on X will be the next episode of The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion. It'll be episode number 15, and Cash will be joining me for that episode. And he has chosen a great episode from season 2 of Star Trek The Next Generation, and that episode is The Measure of a Man. And of course, with tomorrow's watch party at 6 p.m. Eastern and Saturdays, The Adventure Continues at 8 p.m. Eastern. The Kosmi link will be pinned to the chat on YouTube and Rumble for anybody who wishes to watch and comment on either Back to the Future Part 2 and 3 or The Measure of a Man. And of course, respectively, once again, tomorrow or Wednesday, depending on when you're seeing this, and Saturday evening. So until then, everybody, take care. Thank you very much. And remember 2 things on this channel. I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. And don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Oh, and let me not forget, since I have 2 channel members here, all channel members, coming up on Saturday, November 22nd, will be our November member stream starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. So that is something that is coming up. So until then, that's right, Lady Miss, never give up. But until then, everybody, take care and have a wonderful evening. And to all the veterans, thank you, and I salute you.
Autobots, transform and roll out!